What's up, everybody? Welcome in. How's everyone doing today? Looks extra crispy. Why does it look like that? Um, what's up, everybody? Hope everyone is doing spectacular today. It is Friday. We are here to have some fun tonight. Let me make sure I got everything running here. Whoa, wow, we got orders coming in already. Um, one sec. Oh yeah, it's running fine. What did it default to 4K or something? It looks crispy. Anyways, I don't see any movement in chat unless my shit's frozen. Nope. Yo, what up? Let me go over here. Boom. All right. Stuff looks a little weird today, but we're cooking. We got an order coming through as well. Oh, I see. What up, chat? Hi, I'm new here. Hi. Sorry, I'm getting bombarded with messages right now. Hold on. Poke newbie, Daniel. How's it going, man? How come I don't have my YouTube thing on? Where's it going? Where did it go? Viewer count. It's not working. That's cool. Oh well. We reached 7,900. How many left in the UPV box? What are you even saying? This is a new box, bro. The box was killed last night. I'm gonna get to that all right now. Hold on. '48s. Poppy! What's up? Alright, guys, let's start over. I don't understand where my thing went. Is it on the full? No, it's gone here too. The little stream counter, how many people are on the stream? It's not there. It's not there. Daniel, yes, I literally got your package today, and I'm actually used some of the cards. A lot of them actually. Where'd the other thing go? Daniel got me cookies. Cookie shirt from the cookie shop. Daniel hooked it up. We just reached 7,900. I designed that local. Yo, let's go, bro. That's all. Yo, my man. Cookies. Happy Friday, guys. Oh, yeah. Cookies local reserve. Sheesh. That's why it's big. It's 4XL. I was like, why is it so huge? That's why it's that big. I was like, why is this so big? There was no way. Oh, shit. Hell yeah. It will shrink a bit, yeah. Hell yeah, bro. Let's go. All right. You guys, Daniel hooked it up. Damn, I hate not having the counter. I don't know how many people are on here now. Muff Diver, what's up, bro? Oh, they don't? Oh, shit. Let's go, bro. I'm trying to figure out why. Why? Why, oh, why is this happening? says 13, now 15. Hey, UPV. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to fix it. I don't know why it's not working. Sub count. Interact. Oh, I see. Oh, that's the sub count one. Hold on. Sub count, viewer count, interact. There's nothing there, bro. Well, there it goes. Boom. Let's see if it works. I don't know if it's gonna work. Hey, was the size too big? I can send a smaller one. Uh, I mean, it was huge when I put it on. Yeah. Wait, what is this? There it goes. It's cooking. All right, we're working now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's working now. Now I can see how life is. All right, guys, let's give the hellos. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. How are we doing tonight? We got Daniel. We got Poke Newbie. We got Jansen. We got Gamer Wolf. We got Kobe Collects gifting a membership. And the membership went to Gamer Wolf. Splack. What up, bro? Welcome in. Kobe in the house. What's up, guys? How you guys doing tonight? So I haven't served my drink. I'm about to serve my drink. I'm going to explain what we're doing tonight. We got a lot of things going on tonight. Love you all. Pull big hits. Kobe's going out tonight. He's going to go have fun. He won't be here, but he'll be here in spirit. He'll be here in spirit. We're about to roll a yo. I want some. Let's go. All right. I got my drink flowing. I got my drink going. We're gonna pull some amazing hits tonight. We're gonna have fun. We're gonna have a good time. So let's talk about it. UPV 48s are making their debuts today. We got beautiful concept. Is it me or is it dark? Can you see the actual cards inside, or is it me that it's dark? Let me know. 35. When we go to Dolphin games in Florida, we'll link up. Hell yeah, bro. We'll do that. Can you guys see the logo, or is it my screen? Like, can you see the Darkrai logo? It's dark, right? All right. Why is it doing that? Hold on. Let me try to fix this somehow. It's not that. It's once I push the contrast. Let's see. Once I push the contrast, they disappear. There. Let's check this out. Cheers. Yo, what's up, bro? I think that's a little better. There you go. Daddy, chill. How's it going, bro? Mr. Jump. Wait, what date did I have that for? Please don't say today. Oh. Mike, I saw you put the pre-order, but I didn't receive the pre-order today. The shipment's gonna be here on like Tuesday or Wednesday. Is that okay? Let me know. If not, I could refund. It didn't arrive today. I didn't announce it at all anywhere today. We're good old degenerates. Any good pulls yet? Not yet, bro. Mr. Jump, oh yeah, he's been here, bro. We pulled him a CEO signature the other day. Taki in the house. Oh, that's not running. Umi. Hold on. So, all right, guys, let me finish the intros. Gamer Wolf, thank you for coming in. Kobe gifted you a membership. We got Mr. Jump in the house. We got Taki. What's up, Papi? Umi boy. We good, dirty degenerates. Any good pulls yet? We just started, bro. Umi boy said, "What's up? Target drop decided to rip before work. Let's go, bro. Hurry up and buy." Umi, we're waiting for you to start with the double Dutch. Yeah, no worries. All right. Um, I should have it here probably by like Tuesday of next week. Yeah. Um, Taki, what you get? Oh shit, Mr. Austin, how you doing, bro? Welcome in. All right, guys. So UPV 48s are making their debuts tonight. UPV Golden IR, not bad. All right, the UPVs tonight. We got slabs 5, Skarmory PSA 10 illustration rare. What's up, fam? This box is overloaded, guys. I stuffed a lot of goodies in here. It doesn't even make any sense, bro. Doesn't make any sense. We got the Charizard VMAX PSA. Oh, wait. Dude, am I tripping balls today or what? We fixed the mint price, bro. We fixed mint price. We are, yeah, I forgot. I forgot to start the virtual camera. We fixed mint price, bro. Shout out to, what is it, Wyatt? Shout out to Wyatt, bro. Yeah, look, that shit's running smooth, baby. All right. Yeah, look at that. And I get to keep it on hands-free mode, bro. Let's go. Let's see. There you go, bro. PSA 10. There you go. PSA 10 with the pop. Damn, that shit's working good now, bro. I was talking to support. We got to figure it out. Now watch. 174, baby. The box doesn't make any sense. The box doesn't make any sense today. Of course, Mr. Jump, I can. 162. And Meowscarada. 135. I'm telling you guys. What's the pop? Which one? Oh, pop is how many of that? So let's say this one's a PSA 10. There is the population of the PSA 10. So this one has 2,402 PSA 10s in the world. All right. So that's working, and it's working good. So these are the slabs that are in the box tonight, guys. We have Charizard, Lance's Charizard, Raikou V, Meowscarada, Skarmory. We also got other UPV PSA 12. Says we also got other beautiful consolations in here. We have a Snorlax, Piplup. That's why I love Pops brings extra bucks. Yeah, it does. Scrafty. Giratina EX. I'm telling you guys, this box is slapped. It's stacked. It's stacked. I got a lot of good stuff in here. Don't ask why. Hurry up and buy. These are the hits. A whole booster box of Gem Pack Volume 6. Oh, and these are the other slabs. Did I put double slabs? Hold on, let me make sure. Popping Kansas. He said popping Kansas. 4, 5. All right. Hurry up and shuffle. All right, I'm going to do that right now, bro. But before we get to shuffle, you guys know what we got to do. These are the other hits. These are... Damn, that's picking that up right there. That's crazy. All right, here we go. I need... Poppy, did you say pop or soda? Pop. I need a number in chat. Oh, Daniel put a number 5 before everybody. Let me shuffle it, and we'll go with number 5. Number 5. We got 2 5s, Genesis and Daniel. Let me do this. Coke. He said Coke. All right, we're going to scribble scrabble on this. This will be the last hit in the box. There's always something to chase. Scribble scrabble. Scribbles. This was from Daniel. Daniel. There you go. Or Rob would say a liter of cola. A liter of cola along with the maple syrup. All right. There it goes. Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew Code Red. Baja Blast. All right, guys. I'm going to mix these up real quick. I'd like an ounce of cola. I'm going to mix these up real quick. We hit 7,900 subscribers with 100 short from 8K, bro. 100 short from 8K. 100 short. That's crazy. We've come a long way, ladies and gentlemen. All right, now we're going to take these out. We're going to take these out. We're going to take these out. And we're going to start doing the truffle shuffle, bro. Truffle shuffle. Man, on Super Troopers, when they chug that syrup. Yo, I was putting that all over the Discord today. Candy bars. I was literally putting that all over the Discord and tagging Rob. And then he replies back with, easy work. Easy work. Oh, shit. We're getting orders. We got to hurry up. Let me shuffle these first. I got to pre-shuffle all the hits before I put the hits in, if that even makes sense. 100 short of 8K. Mr. Genesis, how you doing tonight, my sexy little demon slut? How you doing, bro? I hope you're doing spectacular, bro. I hope your night is filled with a whole bunch of craziness. Are you going to stay with us all night, or are you going out, bro? Do you know, most of the shots, it was sweet tea. What the hell? Yeah. All right, we're going to do this like this. We're moving these over here. I'm new at this channel. Yo, NJ, Wyatt, what's up, bro? I'm just going to call you NJ. How you doing, bro? I'm here to stay, my sweet boppy. Yo, thank you, bro. You just made me feel all nice and special inside, bro. Inside. NJ, we are a ripping channel. We do ripping ships. We have a pull box. We have a very diverse store. Plus, we're crazy in chat. We're a big community, fun. We have humor, dark humor, funny humor, all the humors. And plus, we have Mr. Genesis.
Daddy, chill.
1, 2, 3, Bussy. No cursing allowed. What are you talking about? Mr. Beasley, welcome in. How you doing, bro? How you doing? All right, now I'm gonna bring in the hits. We're gonna sprinkle the hits. Fuck, I didn't know. What are you talking about? 1, 2, 3. I'm putting this in. Why weren't you? What do you mean? What are you, 12? The more his toy vibrates. That's crazy, bro. That's the craziest comment I've heard today. Has MJ even said anything? I think we scared him off already, bro. We scared him off, bro. That's all it is. That's what we usually do. It's either you stay or you go. One or the other. I don't know. That's some chat trub shit, bro. The night's still young, bro. We'll have more. We'll have more people. We'll lure them into our trap. All right. You ever stay forever or gone forever? I don't know, bro. You stay forever or you're gone forever? Good shit, bro. You almost have 8K subs. We're almost there, bro. We're gonna do it. I'm gonna come on stream that day naked. We goon forever. This is the portion of the show where we talk shit and shuffle on a new box. Austin agrees with Mr. Genesis. Everyone here have to make 10 counts. Nah, bro. 10? Yeah, I told you. Subs need to be organic, bro. Subs need to be organic, bro. We don't do that tomfoolery. Save for naked. Look how good I'm shuffling this, guys. We're shuffling this super well. The front to the back, the middle to the front to the middle. Just don't ask Rob to shuffle it for you. Don't ask Rob to shuffle it. You only need to buy one to buy card. I can see the hit. What do you mean? If you pull gold, Poppy strips for us. What? All right, I think we're done. I think we're done. I'm going to put it in the box. There's no music, bro. Why don't you tell me that I'm listening to music in my ear this whole time? Bruh. Bro, this whole entire time, there was no music. We're 26 minutes into the stream, and someone decides to type music. Bruh. Bruh. Bro. Bro. He said, bro, breathing like diabetes, bro. That's even crazier. Are you serious? Bro, I'm out of here, bro. I'm out. I'm out, bro. I'm out. I still didn't even fix it. I mean, I fixed it, but I didn't fix it, if that makes any sense. All right, now it's working. Whatever, bro. Everybody like up. There was no music for half an hour. Bro, for real, I sounded like I was breathing hard. Damn, that's crazy. Sorry about that. Now I'm gonna breathe harder, bro. Alright. I'm gonna ask everybody, like I asked Rob and all of them. Damn, bro. This man, yo. Would you like me to part this in any way? Front, back, left, right? What do you want me to do? Dan, you guys didn't tell me, bro. That's fucking gay. What is 7? Back? What? Move the back to the front? Back to the front. Oh. Respectfully. Alright, I guess we're done. Did anybody purchase any UPVs to start with? Let me see. Let me go through these orders real quick. Good Lord. I see Austin. I see what you're doing. Umi boy. I see what you're doing. All right, so we're going to start off with Austin. We're going to leave this here. We're going to put this back here. Boom. That is the final hit of the box. There's always something to chase. UPV 48s are now active. They are now active and ready for you to receive. I mean, that's why I didn't say anything, although the breathing was on point. Dude, now I need to go back. I need to go back and see what the hell happened, bro. I need to go analyze this. And Austin, Mike, order 5787. When that comes in on Friday, we will open it up for you. I will pull you the heaviest ones so we could get you the best stuff. Austin, you're coming in. You're getting some sleepy tartars. So if you guys work out battles amongst yourself, let me know and I will make the link on the bottom. It looks like Daniel wants to have a battle for UPVs. Hoping for some good pulls tonight, Taki. My wife saw my credit card statement, so this might be my last for a little. Oh shit. Yo, why do the wives do that, bro? It's crazy. The wives be doing that. My wife could give a fuck. She likes it though. She's in it. She's here too. Alright. Mr. Austin. Here we go, bro. Hey, I'm wife. Hi. Hi, wife. How are you, wifey? Mr. Austin, here we go. My wife buys just as much as I do, bro. That's cool. Wish I could call. I'll be like, hey, babe, what are you doing? Oh, I'm here at Target. What are you doing at Target? Waiting for the Pokemon drop. Bussy! We got the Bussy. Slowking. We got the Bussy and the Slowking. Yes, Tiffany and Daniel were exactly like Muffin you. Yes. Entei. Cobalion. Rockruff. Ampharos. Wheezing. Yeah, if homie can't change that shit to UPV Holdings or UPV Industries, but no. What do you want? What do you guys want me to put? You want me? It just says Ultimate Pokey. It says Ultimate Pokey. So at the end of the day, it doesn't even say Pokey. It sounds like you're going to like, what pack's this? It sounds like you're going to like a Poke Bar or something. These are Primordial something from. It's a Chinese set. It's like jumbo packs. I forgot. Thank you, Austin. Tyranitar. Abominable Snow. Love Disc. Love Disc. He's looking for the sleepy tartar sleeping on the floor. That's what he's looking for. What the hell's going on, man? What the fuck is a Pokebar? I have Pokebar. Deli's alive. Hello, Deli. Come on. Boof. Who's gonna boof some UPVs? Slowking. Oh. Tapu Coco. Tapu Coquito. These are not the prices, bro. Tapu Coquito, because these are Chinese. These are different. I got you. I got you. Hello, I still feel like crap. Typical a quarter. 250% that price. Yeah. It does. It does. Here we go. Oh, let's go. Single strike Urshifu V. I like this card a lot. SR. SR. We'll take that. We'll take that. Rob is ready to boof. He's ready to boof. Single strike Urshifu. Godzilla. 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 Tito. 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 Here we go. Gojira. This is Galarian Zapdos. We got a little Zapdos. Zapdos. What up, Rob? Alright, my dude. You got some stuff. You got some stuff. There you go. Mr. Beautiful Austin. Coming in tonight. Like UPV Industries. What's good, everyone? It's nice to be finished work. For real. I remember those days. You used to come home from work. All tired. Take your shoes off. Rub your toes on the carpet. Give Muff the Tapu. Muff, I got you, bro. He wants a Tapu. Muff got a Tapu, bro. If my wife ever asks me, I will tell her it's a strip club. Oh shit, did I just put this upside down? I did. Bussy. 13 hours of work is illegal. That's illegal, sir. You dig? Did the cards I sent? Yes. Some of them went in there, yes. Actually, yeah, some of them went in there. Yes, sir. You helped. Can Rob give Rob any cards with syrup, hockey, or in a shower? Syrup, hockey, or in a shower? Bro, you guys are on it today, bro. You guys are on it. Dropping a like. Jay! Hey, what's up, Jay? Welcome in. Drop that like. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. This is going to who, Rob? I mean, give the syrup hockeys to Rob. Give Muff the Tapu Koko. Give Muff the Tapu Koko. How you doing, Jay, if you're still here? I hope you're doing spectacular. Oh, Tapu Koko VMAX. You're dropping a load? Which kind of load? There's 2 loads you could drop. You have to specify. Squeezy easy biggie with the white one. He said the white one. Back shots again, Tito? Damn. Damn. There's actually 3 for Tito. If you know, you know, bro. Jesus, what a question. I'm sorry, Jump. I'm sorry. Jump is like, what the hell is going on? Muff. I mean, not Muff. This was Austin. 5788. Wait. 5788. Austin. Did you fill out the waiver? A little late already. I need to get there. I need to get there. All right, Austin, thank you for your order. 5788. The next one is Umi Boy. Order 5789. You got a Daddy Chill bundle. 2 pulls from the UPV 48s. How do you get by Latina mommies not to be mad at you? Just give them money, bro. There's no waiver, bro. I don't know what they're talking about. Just give them money. They'll be happy. Why did I hit my camera? All right. Here we go. I'm not drinking till my B-day. Oh, shit. We got 2 pulls. Why does this look crooked? There we go. Well, I'm drinking. MJ don't listen to me. I'm just a kid all the time. We got 2 pulls. Umi. 1, 2. Umi setting it off tonight. 1, 2. And then we got the Daddy Chill bundle. September 9th. Damn, that's a long time, Tito. All right, we got the Daddy Chill bundle. 4 Nickies. Four. All right. Yes. Oh, Rob. I'll show you all the stuff right now. Let me show you real quick. Meowscarada. Raikou. Charizard V. Lances. Charizard V. Charizard V Max. Darkness Ablaze. Skarmory. And then we got a Giratina EX. Big boy. Scrafty. Piplup. Snorlax. Hello, yes, you have one. You got one here. I'd give other people chances, bro. Gotta give other people chances. Let's go. Alright, here we go. We're gonna open up the Daddy Chill bundle first. Umi, are you here? Let me know you're here, bro. Umi boy. Here we go. What versus VMAX and V-Stars do you need? Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Oh, you talking to me? I don't know who you're talking to. You still want to get that Snorlax promo? Come on, let's get it. My boy Umi. Wait, Umi's not here. Umi, where you at, bro? Oh, nice one. Dude, I fucking got it. You got what? You got the thing? You got this ability? Nah. Is that what you're saying, bro? No shot. Debo. Yo. Let's go, Debo. Debo's been trying to get this ability for like a long... Why can't I open this? For like a long time, bro. Let's go, Debo. Shout out Debo, bro. Shout out Debo. How does that work now? You just gotta wait? For real, Debo. How does that work now? When you start getting paid, bro? It's been 3 years. Damn, dog. Debo. Debo's a changed man, bro. Already, I can feel it. I can feel it. What? That's fucked up. Why you say that? Make sure your first check goes to like whatever you need first. Come on. 200 UPVs for Debo. Oh shit. Debo wants this. Yes. That back check though. Yo, let's go, Debo, for real. Congratulations, my dude. Come on. Dun, 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 dun. Sophistication with glasses. Stellar Blade. Oh shit, that's even way better, bro. Let's go. Rare. It's crazy, actually. I'm trying to understand what's happening there. Yo, Debo. Dab City, bro. Dab City. Come on. GG's. Cairo. Oh. Such a nice card. Holy shit. Holy shiitakes. My mom got 2 years of back pay check and I helped change her life. Bro. My man's getting payback. What is that called? Retro. My man's going retro. Come on. Chibi. Come on, we're doing this for Umi Boy. Umi Boy. Can we get you another SIG, bro? Can we get you another one? I would be fucking stoked too. Let's go. We're looking for Umi Boy and a SIG. That's all we need. Pixie. All the cherry blossoms in the back. Nothing out of Stellar Crown. Stellar Crown. Stellar Blade. Next up, we're doing SBO1. Don't hurt her. She's just a child. Going to go retro on that box. Come. Oh, I love you. Let's go. We're going to go retro. We're going to go retro, bro. Tight. Back shots. She's hurting. Tights. I love these cards. They're gorgeous. They're really good. Deli. We're going to Pokemon now. Rotom. What's up, bro? What's up, bro? Ooh. Pretty. In the moonlight. Very beautiful. I should do a retro theme box? Like, what do you mean? Like what? My wife likes them too, says Umi. Here we go. Apple, she's pissed. Someone ordered too many drinks. Bathwater. I'll show you now after this order. And I think her name is Privity, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. That was 4 out of there. Now the pull box. The pull box. Is this a troll or what's up? Is this dude at Muff Diver serious or not that, or not with a VMAX comment? I don't know what's happening. Muff, what's happening? All right, first hit. Shuckle. We got a nice little Shuckle. Little Shuckle boy. He said Venti gang. You want me to go straight retro, bro? Straight retro? 1, 2. Barrier. Look at that. Barrier SAR. Here we go. Who is this again? Mr. Umi Boy. Yeah, the barrier is dope. Do you want to keep or do you want straight Venti? Yeah, that'd be crazy. I just feel that a lot of people wouldn't like that. I don't know. We could take a poll though. Umi Boy, let me know if you would like to risk or keep. Let me know. I don't know what happened, bro. I wasn't even... I missed it. I don't know what you guys are talking about. You can take my poll. Please, Daddy. Daddy, chill. Where's Umi at? Keep. Let's go, Umi. You saw the prices. We got the software fixed. Shout out Wyatt from Mint Price. Wait, it's not $70. Where'd you see 70? 70 if you grade it. So this is the way it works, guys. Look at it. It's a $12.16 card raw. If you grade it and it gets a PSA 10, there's 394 in its population. It would get 74, or a PSA 9, you'll get 25. Wire. No. No. Yeah, we fixed it. Yeah, I spoke to him. I shared my screen. I showed him what was going on. He took care of me, bro. He took care of me. And you know what's cool? It's a brand new pull box. We just literally started it right now. So if it had 150, 2 cards were just pulled. We have 48 cards in there now. 148. I deserve. So you know what's cool? He told me that Japanese is going to be working on the next update. So we'll be able to see Japanese, and then after that they're going to work on Korean and Chinese, but once they find a good data source, which is kind of cool. This is Umi Boy. Yeah. Umi Boy, order number 5789. All right. Oh, that's sick. Umi Boy, thank you for your order, my dude. I really appreciate you coming in, trying to get some more Siggies for your collection, hitting up the UPV pull box. Fuck, I'm craving some shitty ramen. Yo, ramen is not shitty, bro. You gotta get ramen with a nice egg that's kind of cooked, but not too cooked, so you can still overflow once you cut it open. Nice scallions, some freaking nice pork or something in it. Ooh. You're gonna that. Well, I guess that is cheap. Yes. Mr. Jump. Oh, I see. Mr. Jump, ramen bowls, yummy. Yeah. We got a box of Azure Lane. It's been the highlight. Yo, thank you, bro. That makes me feel good, bro. If you don't have a ramen shop near you, you know what they usually... Like at my stores, they have like market fresh stuff. You could get some good market fresh stuff. Mr. Jump, are you here? Let me know so I could open up your box. Oh, and then while we do that, who was asking to see what was in the box? Rob? Rodham? Alright, we're going to open up your box. Rodham. Skarmory PSA 10 in the box. Then you got a Charizard VMAX PSA 10 in the box. Charizard PSA 10, Lance's Charizard. Ryuku V PSA 10. Meowscarada PSA 10. And Piplup, Scraggy, Scrafty, Giratina, and Snorlax. Yeah, for real. That made me feel great, actually. That's dope as hell, bro. Umi, for real, bro. For real, Umi. All right. here, and here. Mr. Jump. We're going to do it, bro. Zerlane going first. Let's go, guys. Can he do it again? Last time Papi has been the highlight of my last 6 months. Shit. Like a fish. Damn, that's crazy, bro. Damn, you guys are fucking making me... You guys are making me blush. Why am I so red, bro? Oh, hi. Why am I so red? Just realized that. It's like the saturation's up or something. I don't know. Hi, guys. Oh, shucks. Come on. Can he do another... Can he pull another Siggy, bro? Can he pull another one? Oh, this is a nice, beautiful, secret, rare Joffrey. Look at her. Beautiful. That was the first stream I bought something. What? This was the first stream I bought something from. I pulled the ninja. Oh yeah, I remember. I pulled you the Mega Greninja from Ninja Spinner. Yo, Rob is a true G, bro. His son knows my voice already, bro. I'll be like coming over. I'll be like, hey, what's up? This UPV. Hey, let's go. Gensanto. My pick. Don't remind me. Don't remind you what? What happened? What did I do, Mr. Cool J? Who's stealing my waifus? Oh, this is an Azure Lane box. This Mr. Jump bought this. Look at this. Paola. Ooh, Unzen. Damn, you'd even do that out here? Of course. Whoosh. Austin, my pick. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right, because you wanted to get it too. I remember now. Yeah, I remember now. I remember now. It's all clicking, bro. It's all clicking. Come on, guys. Let's drop some luck in chat for Mr. Jump. He's looking for an SP tonight, bro. Can we get him an SP? Can he go home with an SP tonight? U37. Miyuku. Dewey. Heavy Cruiser. What you got planned today, huh? Isn't it wonderful to have me so close to you? Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes, bro. Everybody, we need to see an SP tonight, bro. He's already pulled 2 SRs. We have one more shot. We have one more shot to get an SP. Prince, we have one more shot to get an SP. Can he do it? Can he pull magic tonight? Can he pull a fly mommy with a sexy signature on it? I don't know, bro, but we're going to find out. We're going to find out in a couple. Ooh, Chapayev. Did I see you say that right? Damn, bro. He didn't get an SPR, but you got some sick ones to add to your collection. Commander, what do you want to do? Would you like to hear a song? No. 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 3x combo. Upskirt. Alright. Unless there's an error box, there's no chance to get an SP. But you still get some nice cards. Natorro. West Virginia. Royal Oak. Delhi. Exorcism of the Mortal Realm. Of the Mortal Realm. You guys, don't forget, we got Storm Emeralda. We got the UPVs. Don't forget that we could pull the Ozempic. Rayquaza. Or the gold one. The gold one's crazy, bro. If we pull gold tonight, I'll scream Delhi outside of my neighborhood. Loud as hell. Loud. Let's go. Pretty. Pretty, pretty, pretty. 2 more packs. Mr. Jump, you got some beautiful cards. You did. Those SRs are pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Battleship, New Jersey. You're gonna get 2 rares in here. There's the other one. Sheen, hi. And hello. I know. Yeah, those are really nice. I like them. Let's go. Pieces. Battleship. Seattle. York. And Mid-Awesome Moon. Hi. I would like some tea. I would like some tea, please. Mr. Jump. You got some nice, beautiful hits. Let me put the bulk in here. And then we'll sleeve up your hoodies. And sloppy toppy them. Thank you for your order. I will have your boxes for Friday. And we'll opening them up there. Boom. Boom. No, thank you, bro. I was checking our submissions. It's still the same thing. I'm watching them. I'm watching all the submissions. Once I get more word, you will know. Your other package is on the way already as well. Sorry for the discrepancy. On this time around, you don't have to pay for shipping, bro. I'm going to pay for your shipping next time. This is Mr. Jump. Ooh, almost dropped this. Thank you, sir. I got you. No worries. RLP, what's up, my dude? How you doing? Order 5790. Jump. 5790. All right. My dog is dreaming again. What's up, ROP? How you doing? All right. Next up is Mr. Cool J. Mr. Cool J is getting... Cool J, you here? Damn, you hear my dog doing the thing? Should I wake him up? Nah. Cool J, you got a box, an ETB of Pitch Black. Let's get it. What are you doing, bro? Did you get it? Did you get it? Cool J, bro. He's back. My man's back. I haven't seen him in a minute. Oh shit, let's go. You got 3? Let's go. Alright, Cool J. How do you want your order? Do you want the box, the sleeves, and the dice? You got 3 more, Umi? I got you, bro. Took 2 hours of driving around. That's crazy. 2 hours of driving around. Let me know, Muff. Cool J. You want the sleeves and the everything? All right, I got you, bro. I'll leave this all in here then, and then I'll put this all here. All right, boom. I want to win my first lab instead of buying one. Let's see, bro. Let's see. Here we go. Thank you guys for coming in tonight. After this order, we'll do our first giveaway tonight. I know I haven't done one yet. We got 25 people in chat. If you guys could go ahead and smash the like button, it really helps out the stream a lot. Just look there down below and click it, bro. And click it. There you go. I look better. All right. What's the promo? It's the Zarude. was a rude promo. Damn, it's $1.33. That's crazy. I'm pulling pitch blacks right now. Good luck, bro. Let's go, Umi. What's up, yo? Chase, what's up? How you doing, bro? Come on, let's get a darky boy. Fomantis. And K. Palfin. Let's fucking go. Yo, Debo, I want to make love, bro. Let's go. Armorage. It only does bulk. It skips the bulk over. It won't give the price for bulk unless I want it to. But I chose not to. Unless you guys want to see the bulk price, I got you. But I don't think anybody wants to see that. Nikke. Yo, Debo. One, only if you want to. You don't have to, bro. Thievel. We got a Thievel. Oh, and a Silvally. That's cool. Only if you want to, my dude. Don't be compelled, bro. If you want the best of the best, yeah, I'm right here for you, bro. I got you. I've been waiting to smoke with you, Poppy. It's happening. Yo, let's go. My man's gonna come out here, bro. Cinescorch. Delimise. Gwen. Delimise again. Come on. I feel something. Poplio. Chiyu, no! No, it's a Chiyu. Let's go smoke him out. Yo, Debo's been here for a hot minute, guys. Debo's a true... I consider Debo a true friend, bro. Debo's a dope dude, bro. Come on, Water. Vullaby. Goldeen. Lampant, I'm down. I'm going to bring him an ounce or two. Yo. Mandy Buzz. Maridon. Come on, bro. Where the hitties at? Of them dabble doodles. Them dabble doobles. Yo, my man Daniel got me a cookies shirt. He designed it himself. It's pretty dope. I'll show it again. There's more people in here in chat now so they could appreciate it. When I showed it, there was only like 3 people in here. Slow, bro. Trumbeak. Cinescorch. Lura Nantis. Special guest Debo. Yo, I would love to have special guests on my stream. If anybody wants to come open up packs with me, I'm here, though, dude. Though. I have an open door policy, bro. Open door policy. You could come on my stream and we could do naughty things. Naughty by nature. Poltergeist. Come on, we need to hit something crazy tonight. Let's go. Thievel. Spiritomb. Sinistri. Why did it bring up the Spiritomb? Why is the non-hollow $4.33, but a hollow's 26 cents? So confused. Is that wrong? Taki, we're just talking about Debo and his beautiful life. Any big ass hitties? Not yet. Oh, no, hollow's a promo. All right. Lampant. Evil. And a Voltic Energy. Come on, bro. 2 more packs to save you, bro. You're not going to go out like that. Cool J, I'm going to give you a hit, bro. If you don't hit good. I don't let nobody go out like Trump on the channel, bro. It doesn't happen. You know this already. You know this already. So I'm kind of hoping that you get something fire right now. Let's go. Mandy. Tremendous. Jinx. Vikavolt. Taki 3 slabs already go. What are you talking about? We haven't got rid of any slabs. That was last box. He's busting your balls. Here we go. Last one, bro. All it takes is one pack, bro. All it takes is one. And this one could be it. And this one could be it. Let's do it. I have a tick. Marshadow. Bro. Alright, we got a Rust Syndicate Grunt. And we're adding something. We're adding something, bro. Hold on. How did you pick that shit up so easy? The weed grunt. Not doing the thing. Hold on. Here, I'm gonna hook you up with this Koraidon. That does call sick, huh? All right. Just hit this. Yeah, bro. All right. This was Cool J. I hooked you up with the Koraidon. Promo. You got the Rust. Luranantis. You did, huh? And a Thievel. Armorage 2. Did you want all the bulk or just the hits? Let me know. I forget how you want your orders. I think you just want hits. I don't know. I don't remember. You could fill me in though and tell me. You trade your next white pre. Oh, that's crazy. Bro, I want to hit something crazy right now tonight, guys. It's going to happen. I'm going to scream. I want to scream. I want to scream. All right, here we go. This is Cool J. I'm just going to give you everything. It was beat up like you're nuts. Like you're nutties. I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves tonight. Smash that like button. Drink it up. We're going to do a giveaway right now. I should have hit that button. We're going to do a giveaway right now. Exclamation point. Enter me. You're beat up. I got you, bro. No problem, Cool J. $5790. I'm gonna put this inside your ETB box. All right, your box is wrapped up. Good to go. Chris Hardy, welcome in, bro. How you doing? How you doing, my sexy man? You. Debo, you still here? Oh yeah, you are. Should I tell chat the story about chlamydia? So, chat, today I was on a VC with Debo with his girl, and his girl's like, I don't know how we got into the conversation, but we started talking about chlamydia, and he's like, "Can guys get chlamydia?" I'm like, "I don't know, bro. I don't even know what it is." And he's like, and I'm like, "All right, let me ask Alexa," and she would tell us what it is. So I asked her, and don't do low end hose, and you don't have to worry about it. So I asked her, and she's like, she told me what it is, and she goes, "Why are you asking this?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm just asking for a friend." And she's like, "Oh, the classic line, asking for a friend. I got it. Well, these are the symptoms you need to look for. Are you sure you don't need any medical attention?" And I'm like, "I don't have that." And she's like, "Sure." Dude, so she thinks that I have it. Look, watch. Check it out. Let me know if you can hear this. Alexa, I don't have chlamydia. I just have to tell you this again.
I hear you. You don't need to repeat yourself. I can't provide medical advice or discuss personal health information.
All right, good. Please forget that I even mentioned that to you.
You can control privacy settings and manage your data by visiting
Now I
Alexa
got
Privacy
serious.
Settings
It was
section
so
of the
funnier
Amazon
before.
website or the privacy section of the Alexa app.
She was funny before. All right. But again, I don't have chlamydia. Thank you.
I've got it. I can't provide medical advice or discuss health details, but
All right.
I'll stop bringing it up. Thanks for letting me know.
Yes. Everybody. All right. Whatever. Get out of my shit. All right. Anyways, it was funnier earlier, bro. It was funnier earlier. So, I'm closing the giveaway. Here we go. Baby Jace. Cardcaptor Deli. Debo. Mr. Genesis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Austin. 6. Cool J. 7. Chase. 8. Marquette. Oh, shit, bro. Let me get the software up. I didn't have it up. I'm very happy that the software for the mint price is working good. I'm very happy that it's working good. All right, guys, the UPVs are good. I'm loading up the game right now. 1 second. All right, here.
Daddy, chill.
I'm gonna call you guys out. I'm gonna give away we're gonna give away a pack and a nice card for our first giveaway. Thank you guys for being patient tonight. An hour and 17 minutes, and this is our first giveaway. How many likes are we at right now, chat? How many likes are we at? Baby Jace, you are Zelda. Deli, oh, that's it. You are Olimer. Debo, you are Bethel, whatever your name is. Mr. Genesis, Daisy. Austin, Kazuya. Cool J, Pac-Man. Luigi is Chase. And Donkey Kong is Marquette. Pokemoncards, thank you. Yeah, we've had up to like 30 people in here. Like it up, guys. When we get out of the match, you're going to see the slabs right in front of the stream. We got a Charizard V Lance PSA 10, Charizard V Max PSA 10 from Darkness Ablaze, Ryuku V PSA Deck 10 from Crown Zenith Alt Art, Meowscarada EX PSA 10, and a Skarmory PSA 10. All PSA 10s, baby. All PSA 10s. Widow, you're leaving? Love you, Widow. You have a good night, bro. My Millennial Heart is trying to manifest the Charizard. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Pac-Man and Luigi going to sudden death. Luigi just knocked the shit out. Luigi is Chase. Am I saying that wrong? Chaso? Chaso? Chaso or is it Chase? What is it, Chase? Give me 1 second. Let's go, bro. GG's. All right. Let's go, bro. Let me get you the pack. And we're going to give you all right. Here we go. Chase, are you here? You got the peering, and we're going to open you up a pack. Because why not? We're having fun tonight. We're having fun tonight. And, oh shit, my bad. 1, 2, 3. Pussy. Alright. You didn't get anything on the pack, but you got a nice trainer. Chase. Chastity belt. Oh no, I ran out of these. I hope I have more. Yes, I have more. Let's go. Let's go. GG's, bro. Giveaway orders. I'm trying to figure out when I'm going to be doing them. Just keeping it 100% real. Fastest way to get a giveaway, if you place an order, all your stuff will go with you. If not, I'm probably doing it by the end of the month. Chase. Order number. Oh no, GA. Giveaway. Giveaway. All right, Chase, let's go. Yo, what's up? All right, that was cool, Jay. Let me get him out of the queue. Our first giveaway of the night. Once we start getting more likes, we'll do more giveaways. Umi boy, are you here, bro? Are you here, bro? You got 3 pulls from the UPVs, bro. 3 pulls. All right, my dude. 3 pulls. 1, 2. Damn, nice and slow. 3. Here we go, my dude. Here we go. I hope you get something sexy. I hope you get something divine. Let's go. Claim. Golisopod. Not a top tier pull. Still a beautiful pull. Still a beautiful pull. This is what we call a consolation hit. Not every card in the box could be a crazy pull. Not every card. Come on. Garidon. Celebrations, Garidon. It's a nice card, though. It is a nice card. Come on. And a Ditto V. You didn't do good on that hand. You got nice cards. Nice cards. But you could risk if you don't like, or you could stay. If this grades out to a 10, it'll be $88, which is more than what you paid for. It's all about the grading, bro. All about the grading. Let me know what you want to do. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. All right. Golisopod. All right, here we go. Where's the wheel? Oh, I don't have a wheel. One sec. Wheel. That's why it wasn't working. I was like, why is it not working? Wheel. I have to open it first. Boom. How many shuffles would you like on your spins, bro? How many shuffles? Daniel says that Garidon is a sick card. Yo, why are they messing with my emotions? And look, I just lost 2 subscribers, bro. Nobody liked what I was doing. Wife says 3. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Hi, wifey. How you doing? You guys watching me on your phone or your TV? Why did that stop so hard? That's crazy. PC? Alright. Alright, you lost 1. Let me check the settings on that. That was crazy. Alright, 1 more. Because the wheel hates me. Yeah, that was crazy. Now it looks like it's taking too long. What the hell's going on, bro? That shit's tripping out. Oh, well. They must have updated it or something, because I'm not controlling that. Alright. Got my order in. Alright, you lost it, bro. Again. I think they updated it. I think they updated it. Spin slowly. It's just the appearance. I don't know. They must have changed something. That should be win a card. Here you go, bro. Win a card because Debo said so. Wait, where's the wheel? Boom. Mega Pyroar. That should be win a card. I guess Lee must be watching the stream because the emotions are going off. Bro, I just started Chaos Rising. Let's go tonight. Let's go, bro. When you're a loser, bro. So, let's go. Debo, Umi boy, thank you, bro. $5790. Which one, Deli? Which one, Deli? All right, next up is $57. Why is it 90? Why did it say 90? Well, that was my jump. I already did that. Oh yeah, the Pyro is dope. Yeah, I like the Pyro. 5790, 5793. All right, we got Mr. Daniel coming in. Daniel, I hope you hit ones that are not the ones, if you know what that means. Here we go, Daniel. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, bro. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Good luck, bro. Good luck. Ooh, nice. Lucario V-Star, baby. Promo. I always set up if I do add them to the wheel. Yo, Lucario V-Star is a dope card. It's a promo. It's a nice, sick promo. And this is... It's very crisp. It's very good. 123 on a PSA 10, bro. Let's go. Oh. You got something. It's starting. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Giratina EX. Giratina EX. Giratina EX, baby. There you go. Beautiful Giratina. Then the next one is... Oh, wow. Gem Pack Volume 6 Booster Box. Gem Pack Volume 6 Booster Box. Would you like that opened or would you like to keep it sealed? Open it, fuck it. Let's see what I got. All right, let's go. Beautiful, sick pull, bro. Sick pull right there. You want to risk anything or you want to keep it? You didn't hit a slide, but you could risk anything. Let me know if you want to risk it. I don't think you want to risk anything. I just have to ask. I have to ask. No risk. Yeah, Broski, save some pussy for the rest of us. He says save some pussy for Alright, guys. We're going to open up Gem Pack Volume 6. My man's going to try to get... If you get the exclusive, you're cooking, bro. If you get the exclusive, you're cooking, bro. Good luck on the boost box. On the boost box. We're gonna shuffle it up. We're gonna shuffle it up. Here we go. Apples to apples. My bad. Was about to get the rest of the box of UPVs. What? Dude, that's 100 and something packs in there, bro. Let's go. Shinotic. Eggs. Stamped. We got a stamped egg. We got a stamped egg. Knee Spirit. Oops, I took 2. Yo, look how cool this is, guys. It moves. It moves. I like eggs. The hell? You guys, I hope you're having fun tonight. I hope you're having a great time. Let's go. 3 floor shits with hair in it. 3 in the iPhone. 3 floor shits with hair in it. I take all the bulk. I got you, bro. I got you, bro. Cast form. Kecleon. Tapu Bulu. Oh, we got the bearded. Beware. We got the beware. I always say bearded for some reason. Beware, baby. Let's go. We'll take that. We'll take that beware. Glad. Good luck, Daniel. Come on. Cast form, Master Ball. Got the beer. You got the beer, bro? Well, yeah, it's so dope. He looks like he's standing over you gooning, bro. Look at him. Tiffany loves bears. Elephants. Pheasantippities and octopuses and whoever. You know what? I'm going to give them a little time of the day. I already know who it is. So, you guys, you see those emotions that are going off on the side of the chat? You see that emotion right there? The emotion of a face that looks like weirded out or whatever. Do you guys see it keep popping off? I believe that to be a person that sucks and has to keep sitting there and keep pressing that over and over and over and over. And I know who it is. I know who it is too. No, I know it's Lee. It is Lee. Gay as fuck, bro. Change what? Lee used to be a mod here. Lee is the guy Bilboa farms. After I banned them for a while, it stopped. Oh, there it goes to hearts now. Get gay. Nah, bro. Trust. Trust, Genesis. I've observed the patterns. I've observed the patterns. 3 floor shits. He got gay. And we banned him from the channel. It's a long story, bro. I don't want to get into it. I just know that's what that was. Here we go. Master Ball. He was very happy and went to a better place. Hit it noise. Let's go. I don't know. I hope you could hit another one. The other box, we hit 2. We hit 2. Master Ball. He needs a Latina. We all need Latina mommies. Don't make her shit. Yo, Beastly. Beastly. I need to see your Latina mommy, bro. Send me a picture in Discord. Let me see what you're talking. Let me see what you're working with over there. He told me the other day he needs rescue from his Latina mommy. He said he needs rescue. How do you rescue someone? Thanks, bro. Just keep hitting those buttons. It's crazy. Persian. Beware. I'm held hostage. He said I'm held hostage, bro. Alright, guys. I'm having a spectacular time this evening. We got apples. We got Poke Stamps. Blink twice for help. We got Rob D in the house. He's purple. Bro, there it is, baby. Number 2, baby. Let's go. 3-star rarity. 3-star rarity. 2 illustration rares in a row. Let's go. Let's go. Tapu Bulu. Master Ball. Nice card. Let's go. You got 2. I don't know if we have the exclusive, guys, but we do have those boxes in stock. They're $39.99. If anybody wants to get in on them, I think we have like 8 left. Heck yeah. Glad everyone got scared They got scared, bro. It's alright, though. It's alright. Ain't the vibes, man? I'm new as well, but real dude, real cards, and I love watching them being open. Much love. Ain't the vibes? You don't like the vibes, bro? I don't know what that means. All right, this is this. Thank you for your order, Daniel. We got you these guys. Giratina. Much love. Giratina. All right. Let me put these in here. Mr. Daniel, thank you very much for your order, bro. Jump, did I read that wrong? I don't know. Maybe I did. I don't know. Let me know. We got order 5793. Chase. 5793. This is Daniel. Daniel and Tiff. All right, let's go. Next order is... Get that out of here. Yeah, Daniel got some good pulls, bro. Oh, yeah, I don't understand what you wrote. You put ain't the vibes. I don't know what that meant. Mike. Oh, shit, you're coming in with another one. Mike is opening up another box. Let's go, Mike. Tacky, don't go to sleep, bro. Stay awake. Stay awake. Blink twice. I think I'm held high. No, you're good, bro. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. All right, I got 2 more pulls, but I'm calling it a night. You want me to do your pulls, Mr. Jump? Hold on, let me see something. Oh shit, you're all the way up there. Chase got 2 pulls. No, we can't do that. And then Rob got 4 pulls, it looks like. Yeah, I can't wait. You can't wait? All right, yeah, because everybody has pulls before you, so. All right, Mr. Jump, let's go, bro. We're going to hit you an SP, bro. All this tomfoolery. It's time. Here we go. I see what you're saying, bro. We're good. You know who we're gonna introduce tonight? Pika. Dickhead Pika! Alright, guys. We're gonna do it right now. Here we go, bro. Pika. Like Ralphie from Ninja Turtles would do. Let's do it! They do, bro. They let go when they want to. 1 second. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, guys. Everybody in chat. Let's go ahead and throw some eggplants, some 4-leaf clovers, some luck for my boy Jump. My boy Jump. Let's go. I doubt it. You're Canadian.
Daddy, chill.
Yo, I'm so good. I doubt it. You're Canadian, bro. That's crazy work, bro. Pants. Rob, check out your dims. Natori. The waifus are about to get worn out. I have no idea. Jump, you didn't offend anybody. I was just confused. I didn't know what you were. Oh, we at the heavy cruiser room. I don't know what's going on. That's all I know. I'm just having fun opening packs, bro. San Jacinto. She has big boobies. Big boobies. And upskirt. That is the same one that you got on your box topper. Debo, you clearly have too much time on your hands. What did Debo say? Oh no, that's dope. That looks dope as hell. Alright, let's go. Light Cruiser. Hornet number 2. Gonna have even more time now that I got this. Yo, Debo, take me in. I want to live with you. Come on. What are you doing, may I ask? What are you even doing? We still have a chance, bro. We only pulled 1 SR. We got 3 to go to. If we could pull an SP out of 3. So we have 2 more chances, guys. 2 more. Thesis. Hi, can you give me your thesis? Come on, Poppy. Let's get a fat house. Let's go, bro. I got money. Z35. Valiant. I want to get out of here, bro. I'm over it. Let's go. Bless your heart. The Jump wanted to do 2 pull. Oh, look at those big ass titties. I mean shit. What? Come on. We still have a shot. We still have a shot, bro. Look at this. Champion, what tales of heroism will you weave into the annals of history? I said into the annals. Let's see the shirt, UPV. Daniel designed this shirt for this company called Cookies. Cookies is a weed company that makes some dope, that makes dope flour. He designed this shirt. It's a New Mexico shirt because he's from New Mexico. It has the blue cookie stitching on the bottom, local reserve, and it says Cookies, Mexico. Hold up. Yo, you're an asshole, bro. I'll do it. He's gonna do it. Whatever you guys are talking about, he's doing it. I ain't Mexican, bro. Come on. Yeah, I'm Asian. I'm asking for dude, I'm from Alaska, bro. Damn, that girl's skinny as hell, bro. Canadian. I love syrup. Maple. Japanese. I want to go to Japan. One Chin Hai. We got one more shot, guys. We got one more shot. One more shot. So Muff and me and it. Me, Muff, Emma Jump. Just do the orders and then I'll see them. And then I'll play. Just buy 2 pulls and you're good. In one order. Come on. You 410. Alright, it's going to come down to the last 2 packs, ladies and gentlemen. Last 2 packs. Nah, he ain't Canadian. I would know. He'd smell that syrup from here. Alright, 2 more. Come on, bro. Can you get it? Oh. What is this going to be? No, it's a bunny. I wish it was a signature bunny. But it's not. It's a hot bunny, though. It's a hot bunny. It's a hot bunny. Keep pressing that button, bunny. Was it you who summoned me? You see, you know what I noticed? Power messed up. This is... Look, let me show you guys something. If you guys even care. I'm going to show you with Deli's cards. I'm going to show you with Deli's cards. Let me show you something. Huh? Oh, I see what you're saying. All right. Look, I'm going to show you guys something. I've been complaining about this. Hold on, I'm having an issue putting this back in the bag. All right, there we go. The battle thing. Yeah. Look, check this out. So this is your standard. This is your standard Bushy Road cracked ice. Just buy 2 pulls is all you got to do. This is your standard Bushy Road cracked ice. You can see the card perfectly fine. Right? You see the cracked ice, it's there, right? I don't know what the fuck Power World did, but you have this whole entire like layer right here. If you hold it like this, it's like the card loses clarity. It loses its saturation. It becomes dull. And they just added so much of it that it just makes it... In person, the card looks worse than what it looks like on camera. But Power World... It's the same company. It's Bushy Road. They all print this shit. Which crack ice is better to you? Right? This crack ice looks way better. Like the crack ice is there and it moves. But here you have this like... I could pull out another card that's black. It has like this subtle film over it. It looks weird. You see that shit though, right? I don't know, bro. I'm just tripping, bro. But... KD, I didn't reply to you because I'm live, bro. Sorry. I've been live since you started messaging me. I've seen the messages come in, but I didn't reply. It's like a pearl of cat. Yeah. But yeah, you can see this card. You can see its saturation. You can see its contrast. You can see everything perfectly fine. Here, the contrast is lost. You don't see no darkness. It's gray. It's weird. That's the best way to explain it. And contrast goes a long way, because contrast makes everything look better. If I turn up the contrast here, look, that's contrast right there. Higher contrast, you can see more black, but it gets grayer. So that's why you can see the UPVs better and all that shit. So if you go like this and you lower and you increase the contrast, you lose darkness, but yeah. Yeah, that's something different though, bro. That's something different. I'm just showing. I think they messed up, and you'll see that on the next cards, it's gonna look better. Watch, 100%. Yeah, I know. All right, let me put these away real quick. We got one more pack. They don't have one edition misprint. U37 large cruiser. Upskirt. Let's go. Debo, congratulations, bro. I keep thinking about that. That's dope, bro. Oh, I need to get more of these. Is the new Shadowless? Is that what you're saying? I see. Probably what it is. I will. I'll send it now. Let me just pack everything up. This is Mist. Oh. One sec. Let me put this away. Mr. Jump, thank you for your order, bro. Sorry we didn't get you. Jump. We didn't get you a signature. But we're going to keep trying, bro. 5794. Thank you, bro. 5794. All right. We got 5794. Let me create an order here real quick. 1 second. All right, let me add this. 2 UPVs. This is for Nappy. Friday Sig, no worries. We're gonna get you one, bro. Here, tag, save, create order. All right. Order 5799 is Daniel. Or, yeah. Let me go back here. All right. Chase is on the battle. He has 2 spots. All right, Chase. Chris, what's up, bro? Welcome in. How you doing, my dude? Now that's what. Now what is this pool battle? All right, so hold on. Let me make sure who's in it first. Rob, you chose 4 pools. Did you want to go in on the battle, or did you just want to do this on your own? Let me know. It's just they're doing a battle right now. That's why I'm setting it all up right now. It's been flowing tonight. Just you yourself. All right. So let me add everybody into the battle. We got Jump in the battle. And then we got in the battle here. This is Marcus Paid. Mark. All right. Yeah, I got you, bro. So you want to go now? I'll do you now first, or you want to go after all of them? I'll give you that choice since you're not battling. I'll do you now, Boppy. All right, so 5799 is Daniel and Tiffany. Daniel and Tiffany. All right. Yo, for real, Debo, I would feel like a fucking rock star. You want to bang, bro? All right, Muff died. Oh shit, everybody's getting in on this battle. So this battle is winner takes all, guys. The highest win out of the pool box gets to take all the hits. All the hits. All the hits. Chris, you want to join in on it? Awesome, guy. I'm going to let you breathe for sure. Oh, all right. Yo, so far the stream is going, bro. Debo, you must feel huge relief, bro. For real, bro. How to join? Here, 1 sec. Let me post it on the bottom of the chat. Purchase 2 of these, and you'll be part of the battle. Purchase 2 of those. Here, I'll do it again. Purchase 2 of those, and you'll be part of the battle. All right, so we got Rob. He's coming in on a 4 solo piece before we do the battle. A 4 solo piece before we do the battle. 1, 2, 3, 4. A 4 solo piece. Maple syrup. Here we go. Crobat V. Can you do mine solo as well? Whichever one yours is. Yes, sure. I got you. Scrafty IR. We got a Scrafty IR. Scrafty IR. From White Flare. From White Flare. Scrafty IR. Nice. Area 0 underdefs. Area 0 underdefs. Last pack magic, bro. Last pack magic. And a Koraidon. I threw my 2 bits in on the way. What? Why not? Someone gonna enjoy these cards. I threw my 2 bits in on it. You did? Oh, let's go, bro. GG's. All right. Nice pulls. Wrist the Crobat. I got you. He's risking a Crobat. Wheel. Thanks, D. All right, here we go. How many shuffles? If anybody else wants to get in on the battle, it is pinned to the bottom now. How many shuffles? My dog is dreaming again. 2. 1, 2. Boom. I haven't checked yet. The battle's not going on yet. I'll check right now. All right, you got a loss on the Crobat. Thank you back for the Crobat, bro. You lost it. But you still got some beautiful hits. Mr. Rob D. You got some beautiful hitties, bro. Let's go. Rob Dizzle. No, thank you, bro. 5, 7... 9, 6. Let me remove you from the queue. 5, 7, 9, 6. Chase, do you want to be part of the battle? I see you. You put 2 pulls. Did you want to be part of the battle or did you not want to be part of the battle? Let me know. We're going to do Umi Boy. Umi Boy got 2. He doesn't want to be part of the battle. 1, 2. Here we go, Umi. Umi, you ready? You are, Chase. We're just doing the people that are not in the battle first. That's all. All right, here we go. No, we got more people. Look at all the queue there. I'll tell you right now who it is. Treviant. We got a Treviant VMAX and Shedninja. We have a Shedninja. Do you want to risk any of these, Umi, or do you want to keep? No, there's more people. I haven't said who it is yet. Just got 2, bro. Let's go. Let me know. Yes, you'll be in the battle, Katie. Who is this? Umi. Let me know if you want to risk or if you want to keep. Keep. All right, Umi. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you, Umi. My man has gone 2 nights pulling 3 or 4 signatures. I can't remember the exact detail, but my man's cooking, bro. Umi, thank you for your order. Hi, wifey. Thank you for watching us. I appreciate you, my dude. This is Umi. And he is 5797. 5797. I got you, Debo. All right, we got. All right, so the people we have in the battle is no battle, Chase. All right, Chase, no battle. 1, 2. Chase doesn't want a battle. 5795, Chase. All right, here we go, Chase. All right, wife banned you, bro. Just listen to the wifey, bro. Happy wife, happy life. Cressel, $7 Cressel. Come on. Come on. Come on, Cletus. Mega Electros. Would you like to risk or would you like to keep? Mr. Chase, let me know. That shit says Gimpy. Gimpy. Smart lady. Let me know what you want to do. Would you like to risk anything or would you like to keep? I'll show you right now, Katie. But for the battle format, it's going to be a little different. So, let's say if you pull this card right here, $7, right? If you don't like this card, or if you feel like naughty and you want to risk it to try to get back into this, I'll pull up a wheel. In this wheel, we will risk it. It could land on win a card, spin again, lose, or in the pull box. There's a couple of pull box spots inside the wheel. It gives you another opportunity to get back in the box and try to snipe another card. You could win a card to add to your win and you keep your card. If you lose your card, you lose your risk, and this goes back to me. Who was I waiting for? Chase, did you want to risk or did you want to keep? We're waiting on Chase. It's not a lot. Yeah, there is. I mean, let me tell you, bro. People spin the wheel, people lose, people win. They'll tell you it's the wheel is its own enemy, its own mind. It has its own mind, bro. Where's Chase at? I gotta go to the bathroom and pee pee. Where's Chase? Chase. Where you at, bro? I'm gonna spin. So the way I'll explain it on the battle once we get to the battle. If Chase is not here, I'm gonna put these in a bag for you, bro. And then we could come back and visit that. This is Chase. Oh, okay. Risk the rock? For real? The $6 card? Alright. Let's go, bro. He's gonna risk it. How many shuffles would you like on your spin, bro? How many shuffles would you like on your spin? Let me know, bro. How many shuffles? Make sure you're live. Exclamation point live. Kate, what's up? Or Kat, what's up? Well, while he decides, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Chase, how many shuffles would you like on your risk? If not, I'll just shuffle for you, bro. It's not a big deal. Alright, we're gonna do how many shuffles? How many shuffles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How many? Or I could just spin it raw if you don't want to shuffle. 10? Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Boom. Here we go, bro. Good luck. Good luck, bro. Ooh, lose. All right. You lost it, bro. I'm going to give you an extra spin, bro. Extra spin on the house. Bro. All right. You lost it, but you keep your Electros, bro. All right, let's go. I'm going to set up the battle right now, and I'm going to explain it. This goes to Chase. Chase, order number 5795. Wait. Yeah, 95. Yo, Chase, thank you. You didn't win the shuffle. I mean, the spin, but you got a nice Electros, bro. I appreciate your order, my dude. All right, let's do the battle. Let's do the battle. Oh, I didn't throw that out. We got Jump. We got Daniel and Tiffany. Muff Diver. Rob. Christopher. And what is his last one here? And KD. Oh, because you're in Florida. Okay, I see. All right. And KD. Let me put you in chat as KD in here so I know it's you. So the way the battle works. Let me edit your contact information 1 second. Edit contact. Boom. Save. All right. Bro, I'm tripping balls. So the way the battle works is we have Jump, Tiffany, Daniel, Muff Diver, Rob, Chris, and KD. What we're going to do is whoever has the highest hit pulled out of the box will keep all the pulls from everybody. Whoever hits the highest hit will win all the pulls from everybody. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got 7 peeps up in here. Wait, what did I do here? Hold on 1 second, guys. I messed up your order. You got a card, and we risked it, and we give you 10 shuffles, and you lost the shuffle. And you lost the spins. Bro, what did I do here? One second, guys. Daniel, ignore that order. I'm going to just delete it. I don't know what I did here. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, bro. I don't know what happened. I kept calling your name. 1 second. I'm almost done. You joined, but you're a pussy. You booth 2 UPVs. Actually, you know what? All right, here we go. My bad, bro. I don't know what the fuck was going on. I messed up on some order there. I don't know. And it was acting all finicky. Here we go. Our first one is Mr. Jump. You got 2 pulls from the box. 2 pulls. Here we go. I'm gonna write it down. We're gonna see who has the highest hit. Who has the highest hit? Who's in chat? I'm gonna tell you right now. This is going to go. Mr. Jump, are you here? Let me know. You got 1. Here we go, bro. Mr. Jump. Sizor V. And a Don fan. You can't risk since there's no since we're battling, the battle goes to the last person if there's no slab. There is a total of Jump 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, so Jump. The highest hit right now is Jump with $2.18. $2.18. Jump. Next one is Daniel. I'm here, but it's not right. What's not right? What's going on? Talk to me, bro. Let me take 2 out. What happened? What's not right? Let me know. How do we make this better? You didn't win anything. You paid $20 on order 5798 to pull 2 UPVs. We just pulled 2 UPVs. You got a Don fan and a Sizor. We're trying to battle to see who has the highest hit. So far, you have the highest hit with $2. Somebody has to beat you for $2 to take your cards. Does that make sense? If you stay at $2, then you'll take everybody's cards, but I doubt that you'll stay at $2. If you don't want to do your battle, we could do this, and then you could just do a risk if you want. It's up to you, bro. Since you're the first person, you don't have to be part of the battle. Let me know how we can make it right. Do you want to opt out of the battle, or do you want to try to risk these, or do you want to continue on the battle? And I think somebody else is joining on the battle. Bearded, what's up, bro? Welcome in. How you doing tonight? All right, so you're not going to be part of the battle. All right. He's not going to be part of the battle. He's going to risk them. Let's go. All right, Mr. Jump is not part of the battle. Let's go, guys. Yeah, if you're not part of the battle, you can't risk them. You only could risk them if you're the highest winner. So if you don't want to be part of the battle, we could risk them. Let me know if you don't want to be part of the battle. Sorry for the confusion. All right, he's going to risk. It's not a big deal. He's risking. He's out. Yeah, let's go. He's risking. So we're going to... Mr. Jump, how many shuffle... Yeah, it's way easier. No worries about it, bro. I'm not upset. How many shuffles would you like on your spin? Let me know how many shuffles you would like. Let me know how many shuffles, as many as I want. All right, I'm going to give you, let's see. I'm going to give you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Boom. Let's go, bro. Can you get back in the box, bro? I believe. I believe. I believe, bro. I believe. Oh, shit. Almost there. Spin again. We're going to spin again. Oh. We're going to spin again. Here we go. I'll show you right now. Let me finish this order and I'll tell you how many people total. Somebody just went in. Oh! That was 2. I'm going to give you an extra one, bro. Here you go. Extra one on the house for the confusion, bro. You lost these 2 cards. I'm sorry for the loss, bro. Fuck. Did they nerf it? Yeah, they changed this whole thing, bro. I have to figure this out afterwards. Alright. You lost your 2 cards, bro. I'm sorry, Mr. Jump. You wanted to risk your cards. You risked and you lost on the wheel, bro. Yeah, they put some new brakes on it. It's weird. I don't like it. So now I have to understand the way that wheel works. Yo, Jump. You don't have to, bro. I really appreciate you, my dude. Yo, Jump is the one that gave me this, guys. I still have it here. One of my favorite cards that I have in my collection. PSA 10, Mr. Jump. He pulled a CEO signature from Nival Arena, and he hooked it up with this beautiful Realm of the Gods PSA 10 Vegeta with the Unbound Power. It's pretty dope, bro. He hooked it up. Alright, here we go. We're gonna start this battle. Yeah, he hooked it up, bro. Let me get 5798 out of the order. Appreciate you. Thank you, guys. You guys shit. Austin, you're coming in on the battle? Alright. 200. I feel that, bro. I feel that. Alright, so we have Tiffany, Daniel, Muff Diver, Rob, Chris, KD, and Austin. All in the battle. Are you guys ready? Here we go. Tiffany, ladies first. We got it right here. Here you go, ladies first. Tiffany. Come on. 606. Tiffany. $8. Tiffany's up right now with 8. Tiffany's up right now with 8. Tiff 8. Tiffany's up right now with 8. Daniel. Bro, I don't know what I did to that order. Daniel. Here you go, bro. Mega Charizard EX. Come on, bro. Lilligant. I know where this came from. V-Star. Fuck. You got some nice hits. Do you want to risk anything? Probably this one, right? Lilligant VMAX. Lilligant VMAX. Is that what? Oh, well, you can't risk right now. Sorry. There's no risks. Sorry, my bad. So far is Tiffany. Yeah. I'm sorry. Tiffany is winning so far. Right? Was this? How much was this? Tiffany's winning. GG and the Charizard. All right, Tiffany's winning this stuff so far. Next up is Muff Diver, order number 5800. Muff, 1, 2. Here we go, bro. Come on, my dude. 1. Kamala Harris Cosmo Hollow, bro. Why doesn't it pick this one up? Ascended Hero Cosmo Hollow. That is not a wiener. Come on, bro. No. Drapion. Alright, you just got draped by the V's. Muff Diver, I'm sorry. You were not a wiener. Next up is Rob Dizzle. 1, 2. Here we go. Rob Dizzle. 1, 2, 3. Mega Deontay. 677. Draped. And Skarmory. 881. Oh, he took over. Wait, what was that other one? $0.81, right? I just want to make sure I'm not fucking anything up. Yeah. All right, 881. 881. Rob. 881. No, you're right. Rob, 881. Skarmory. All right, here we go. Next up is Christopher Hubert Houston. Did I say that wrong? Houston Hubert the third. $35. Love me more. Love me. You make me happy when you're here. How you doing, Love me? All right, we got Christopher coming up. We're 2. How you doing, Love me? 1, 2. Here we go. Chris. Crobat. Gyarados V. Chris, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, Chris. Not all the cards in the box could be $9 to $10 cards. Think about it. $10 cards, 150 cards in the box. 10. Oh yeah, you heard what I said. If there would be $10 cards for 150 cards, I wouldn't be. You know what I mean? It just doesn't. It wouldn't make sense. So next up is KD. First time battler, KD. Yep. All right, here we go, KD. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Chromometable V. Chromometable V. Come on, bro. We shuffled this live in front of everybody, bro. Ooh, 795. Close. This card has gone down. 795. Close. Close. All right. KD, it wasn't enough, bro. It wasn't enough. Austin, can you steal it from everybody, Austin? Austin, can you steal it from everybody? 1, 2. Can you steal it from everybody, Austin? Here we go, Austin. Oh, I think we have a winner. I think we have a winner. Wait, that's not the right card, is it? That's not the right card. No, wait, it is the right card. Hollow is this one. The expansion is 3820. This is the right card. Austin, so far. Hold on. Let's see what the last one is. My brother, I'm so curious. What's up? Luxio, 277. You just won, bro. What are you curious about, bro? Let me know. Austin. Austin! How the hell has no slabs come out of the box yet? Austin! Congrats, bro. Jump, what are you curious about? I want to know. I'm counting cards right now. Count cards, bro. That's the reason why we stopped. We used to let people pick numbers out of the box. But we stopped all that. All right, this was Austin. He's the winner. 5804. Thank you, Austin, for being a wiener. Rob D is going 5 deep. 5 fingers deep. 5-finger death punch, bro. Come on. You guys know who 5-finger death punch is? Here we go, Rob. Taki, you can count, still don't know where it will be. It's a risk. 1 million cards of Austin power. 1, 2, 3, 4. And a number 5, baby. Number 5, 5-finger discount. Love me. Love me. Come on. I love that the software is working. Like, and we're fucking jerking it right now. Come on. Let's go. 243. Come on, Rob. Rocket Zapdos. Come on. You're not going to get this one? There you go. 329. Caracosta. It's probably like $2 less, $3 less. Japanese will be working soon. Come on, guys. Yeah. Zarude, when you guys win a slab, you can't risk. It's taken away. Come on, Rob. Shuckle. Not bad, though. Not bad. If you're going to risk anything, probably that thing. Let me know. You can, though. Nobody's been man enough to risk the slab yet. I haven't seen it. But you can. You could risk it for another slab, bro. If you don't want that slab, you could try for another one. 1, 2, boom. Oh, shit, my bad. I shuffled it, bro. I shuffled it. Here we go. I'm just a boy. Oh, damn. That's crazy. That's 1. You lost to Zarude. Ooh, you're gonna win a card. I got you. I got you, bro. I have to go through the prices on these because I don't know. But I got you. Next one. You keeping the Rocket Zapdos. Stunfisk. 7th UPVs. Alright, let's see. Let's see if you're right. And you're winning another card. Alright, you got 2 cards, bro. 2 cards. I'm going to give you 2. 1 sec. One sec. That's the wrong card. Bro, all these cards are too expensive. Ah! Hold on. All these cards are too expensive. I don't know what I'm going to do with all these cards, bro. Jesus Christ. Hook the man up. Hold on, bro. All of these are 15. I'll give you the Bidoof, bro. Where'd it go? Here. You want the Bidoof? Bidoof. And a... Jesus Christ. Ah! You want a Snorlax, bro? Where's the Snorlax? Where is it? Only if you suck me off. Jeez, even that one's 15. You got Bidoof. He won 2, though. He won 2, though. Jesus. Oh my God. You do what? There you go, bro. Dark Duck Trio, bro. You like the vintage. I'm done. You like the vintage. I know you do. There you go, bro. I got you. This is Rob D. Rob D. Order number 5805. Yo, we got 30 people in here. Smash that like button. 5805. We'll do some giveaways in a minute. Let's do this last order that we got in the queue and see what we're going to pop with. Next one is Austin. He's coming in with 4 more. The wheel is lit with free cards tonight. All right, 4 pulls. Here we go. Austin, 1, 2, 3, and a number 4. And a number 4. Here we go. Gudra V. Come on. Dialga V. Electivire. Beautiful Electivire. I like this card. It's cool. Electivire. Come on, bro. Austin. 1 more pull. What did he say on the 7th pull? 1, 2. That's 4. There's 2 more pulls to see if this Taki's right. Cramorant V. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, we got 7. 4. What would you like to do, Austin? You guys, if anybody wants to get into the UPVs, let me link them down below. Let me link them down below. Oh, they are linked down below. My bad. Just keep the high one, risk the 3. All right, boom. All right, here we go. We're risking. How many shuffles? How many shuffles, bro? Already past 7. How many likes are we at, gentlemen? Lori, what's up, sexy? 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. How you doing tonight, Lori? Hope you're doing well. You know, I'm doing good. We're here, just doing the thing, you know? Oh, you got a winning card. That's 1. You got another one. You're going to win the Zarude. Leon, my beautiful, sexy man. Winning another card. A Crobat. 1 more. Come on, bro. I changed your card, bro, because I wanted to. Dust Nori. Here you go, bro. Dust Nori. Duskull. Electivire and Zarude. You keep 2. Boom. There you go, bro. Papi, let's start off. An OF, and I got a Latina mommy. Send me pictures, bro. I'm waiting. I need to approve, bro. Send me the pictures, bro. I need to approve. This is Austin. I appreciate you, my dude. 5806 Austin. I need a refill. Rob, you're leaving now? It's not even 12 yet, bro. What is this? What is this? It's Friday. You're pooched? What's a pooch? Taki. Long day for me, man. Sweet dreams, Maple Boy. Taki. My man Austin just bought 3. Let's see if you're right, bro. You did the math. Let's see if you're right. I'm going to go get a refill. Pray that those are right. All right. I'm confused, but we're good. All right, guys. We're going in. All right, Majump. I got you, bro. Jump. You're my boy, Blue. Let's go. Just serving a drink. We're going to get into Austin. He has 3. Is it 3? Oh, shit. Austin, here we go, bro. Yo, what's up, Roman? You my Poke V. Roman, what's up, bro? Austin, here we go. You got 3. Roman, I've been waiting for you, bro. 1, 2, 3. Oh, shit, wait. There was already 3 in front of me. Sorry. 3 in front. I put him back. Nobody saw anything. Austin, here we go. Slow, bro. He said on the 7th one, there's going to be a slab. Tulip. Tulips on this. Tulip. Oh. Fue Coco. That's not the right card. Then that card went up to that much? I don't think it knows which card it is. That's not the right card. Fue Coco. Damn, Morpeco's gone up to that much? That's crazy, bro. I remember when that card used to be like $10. Not even. AI glitch. Did you want to keep or risk anything? Let me know. Math, not mathing. Math. Taki's math was off 6 more till slab. Risk V. Austin. Risking V. Risking the V. How many shuffles, bro? Dang, I used the wrong formula to bait you guys. It's the next 3. One, 2. Here we go. Dong. You win a card. Next one. You got 1 card. 1 card. Oh, shit. All right, and you got... I'm going to add you. You lost. Oh, wait. There was only 1 spin. You got an extra one. Don Fan is your winner, bro. Don Fan. And I gave you an extra spin and you still lost anyways. I'm sorry. Austin. We believe in you, bro. You need to know the original location of the cards in the box. No matter how much you shuffle, they are far from the original. 5807. Thank you, Austin, again for your order, my dude. I really appreciate you. Austin is a very sexual human being. Sexy human being. That's what I was trying to say. Sexy human being. Taki, you got 3 pulls. He says the next 3. Taki, are you doing it, bro? Let's see if he baited you guys. 1, 2, 3. Here he goes. Taki said he baited you guys. He wanted you guys to buy so he could buy the 3. Here we go. Cute hoodie. You like it, love me? 1, 2. Chespin. Chespin. He said thank you for the slab. Here we go. Tangela. It's Japanese, not English. Come on, bro. Let's see if your math is sound. Is your math sound? It's not sound, bro. Taki has always been a master baiter. W already. You W'd, but you didn't get a slab. You W'd though. If you want to have balls, risk something. If not, take them home with you, bro. Let me know. Thank you, Genesis. You want to risk anything, Taki? Keep? I got you, bro. Taki. 5808. Taki, thank you for your order, my dude. How has nobody taken a slab, bro? We shuffled the shit out of this thing in front of everybody. Everybody we have. Austin is trying again, bro. 5809. We're going to do a giveaway after this. Everybody, exclamation point. Enter me for the next giveaway while we pull Austin's order. Exclamation point, enter me. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Yo, thank you, Taki, bro. Thank you guys. I hope you guys are having fun tonight. Here we go. A greeting V, little fat boy greeting full art. Come on, bro. Flapple. We got a nice little Flapple. Nice little Flapple. Hey, another Charizard. $7. What would you like to do with your order, Austin? Holy crap, bro. I want somebody to take a slab already. I literally want one person to take a slab already, bro. We shuffled it live on stream, guys. No tomfoolery. Yo, Muff has been here for a year, bro. The box is lit, guys. Somebody's about to pull like 2 slabs, bro. I promise you. Muff, what would you like to do? I mean, Austin, what would you like to do? I don't know where he's at. Risk the first 2? You want to risk the apple? $6. Let me know. These 2? Leon. All right, here we go. How many shuffles? Tito's a slab snatcher. How many shuffles? Give Dan the apple and the Charizard. So you got one. Daniel? Okay, we're spinning again. Spinning again. It'll be here on Friday. It'll be here Tuesday or Wednesday. We're opening it up. Oh, shit! Pull box, baby! Let's go! Let's go, bro. I wasn't even looking. I was writing that on the thing. Slap me. Come on, let's go. 1. Here we go, bro. Are you ready? Nice hit, though. Iono full art trainer. Iono full art trainer. That's not a bad hit at all, bro. Not a bad hit at all. Yep, you can't risk on the risk. You can't risk on the risk. Austin. $5809. All right, let's go. Next order. Wait, did I say we were going to do? Oh, we're doing a giveaway. Let's do the giveaway. We're going to pick 8 out. Umi, Beastly, Cardcaptor, Leon, Chuck, Tiffany, Genesis, Marquette. I'm going to call you guys out right now. Umi Boy. Rigged as always. I didn't do anything. All right. Umi Boy. You are Peach. Beastly. You are Dark Samus. Deli. Sonic. Leon. Fox. Chuck. Wolf. Tiffany, Wario, Genesis, Kirby, Cloud, Marquette. Let's go. I'm gonna spin. I'll be right back.
Watch the flow of my movements as I demonstrate. Feel the switch on your side. Now return to your original position.
Watch the flow of my moves.
Yo, audio. Let's go. My man went into Storm Emeralda, baby.
Keep training and working on your sides. Now, return to your original position.
5, 4, 3.
Remember, Austin, there's been 1, 2, 3 energies pulled tonight. Just they weren't sliding. Fox! I mean, Wolf! Wolf was... Who was Wolf, guys? Help me out here. I could go back on the footage, but... Hold on. If anybody wants to help me out, who the hell was Wolf? Chuck, that was you? Alright, let's go, Chuck. I appreciate you. Chuck, congratulations, bro. Congratulations, Chuck. Alright. Leon. Chuck, congratulations. You are going to win a pack. And... let me get the pack. Boom. And you're going to get a... Blastoise. Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go. Blastoise. Brought to you by Daniel. Daniel sent me a bunch of cards. That was one of them. That was one of them. Thank you, Daniel. Oops. Wheezing. Daniel sent me about like 40 something cards. They're in the pull box and they are being given away. There you go, bro. This goes to Chuck. Thank you again, Daniel and Tiffany, bro. Really appreciate that, guys. GA. I have a lot more after card party. Let's go, bro. He has a lot more. All right. So yeah, guys, just a reminder. Nobody's pulled a single slab that you see right back there. So those are the slabs that are inside the box right now. We have the Meowscarada, Raikou V, Lance's Charizard, Charizard VMAX, Skarmory. Anytime here to have some fun, I got a trade binder full of cards. Let's go, bro. Alright, so that's what's in the box, guys. Mr. Battle looking next. Is that you, bro? Let me see. It is you. We got 2 pulls from the pull box. And 2 packs from... Wait, is it you? Wait, no, time out. Hold on. 5810. 5810 is Love Me More. Love Me More. 5810. Love Me More. It's your turn. 5810. Love Me More. Here we go, bro. 1. Recently had a birthday a couple of days ago, guys. If you guys didn't wish Love Me More a happy birthday, go ahead and do so now in the chat. She's just recently turned 22. She just recently turned 22. She's in her prime of her life right now. 1, 2. Here we go. She said 35. Come on, guys. 1, 2. Hops Wooloo. Hops Wooloo. $5. Little Hops Wooloo. Next. Chaldean student. How is that only 74 cents? Thanks, all. What would you like to do, Love Me, on your 2-pack snipe? What would you like to do? You got a Hops Wooloo and a Chaldean student. Would you like to risk your Chaldean student and keep your Hops Wooloo? Or would you like to do both? But for real, guys, it was her birthday. Risk them, jokers. I got you. It was her birthday recently, so make sure you guys wish her a happy birthday. Make sure you wish her a happy birthday, guys. All right, here we go. How many shuffles would you like? I like that. I like your style. I like your style. All right, you keeping Chaldean student. You got one more. Oh, stop. I thought I was going to stop. You lost a Wooloo. You're going to get... I'm going to hook you up. Because it's your birthday, too. It's your birthday. Here, I'll hook you up with this card. Oh, wrong one. There you go. There you go. Love me more. I appreciate you. I just gave her a nice card, bro. All right. Oh shit. Oh no, you lost that. That's what it was. All right. Next up is, let me take Love Me More out. Thank you, Love Me More again. Audio Instigator. We got 2 pulls. 1, 2. All right, now I'm going to ask you something, audio. Are you here, audio? Are you here? Pick one, bro. Which one you want? Which one you want? From the bottom is 1. Seven down. And hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The last one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's the last one. Oh shit! They all fell. They all fell. All right, well, they all fell, bro. GG's. 50. He said, I knew they were going to fall, bro. PSA 9.8. Alright, hold on. That's funny. It's all PSA 2. No, it's not, bro. They're in boxes. 1, 2. That's funny. They're not dented, bro. I guarantee you. Watch. 2 and 2. 2 and 2, bro. All right. Here we go, guys. We'll do the... Why is this game yelling at me? Here we go. Come on. Frillish. And that is your fire energy. Whatever that is. SR. What is that? SR, yeah. SR fire. Come on. Let's go, bro. Heracross. Turquoise. Come on. Dude. Alright, nothing there. Let's see what you got out of the UPVs, bro. Let's see what you got out of the UPVs. Come on. Tinka Tink. $8. Tinka Tink. Nido King. So dope. Got a blow on it. There you go, bro. Would you like to risk or keep? Let me know. Just made me an order. What? All right, let's go. I'll trade you my wife for... What the hell? How hot is your wife, bro? I'll give her all my Pokemon if she's hot. Wait, did I just say that out loud? 5811 Audio Instigator. Audio. Wait, audio. You have, bro, I'm sorry you didn't get anything crazy, but you know what? She's pretty fucking hot, my guy. PSA 12, send me a pic, bro. Oh, shit. Send me a pic. We'll trade Pokemon, bro. I'm all for it. Oh, man. Discord, Umi. Yeah, I'm fucking being stupid. I apologize for being stupid. Bearded Trainer. Oh, we're switching up gears real quick. She just hit me. Help. That's crazy. What? I thought he was for real. I saw Poppy's feet. I mean, I'm wearing socks. Alright, here we go. We got Bearded Trainer coming in with Final Fantasy Dreamlike Oceans 2 packs. I'm wearing socks, bro. Wait, this way. I'm wearing socks, bro. Come on. Paladin. Gertie. Leon. Lion. Cecile. Warrior of Light. Ursula. Audio. Umi wants your Needle King. We got Bearded Trainer coming in on these 2 packs of Final Fantasy. See if he could pull a full art. Come on, Blue Mage. Edge. We're all edging. Sage. Maria. Astrologian. Ooh. There you go, baby. You got Rufus. That's a full one, right? That's a full one, bro. I think that's a full one, bro. Am I tripping or am I wrong? Rufus. Let me know, Bearded. Where you at? Did you fall asleep? Feet are one of the nastiest. For real, bro. They are. I agree with you. Where is Bearded Trainer? Bearded Trainer. We're enjoying feet. I didn't know Final Fantasy had its own game. I thought they were part of a match. No, they had their own game. They have their own game, yeah. Everyone has stepped in a pile of dog shit barefooted before. I have. This is Bearded. He probably fell asleep. Bearded T for testosterone 5812. Daniel. The next order is going to be. Let me get Bearded Trainer out of there. Next one is Taki. He's coming in with 5. Here we go, bro. 5 slabs. Taki. Leon, thank you for
Leon
the super
F6X
chat.
sent a super chat.
Leon, thank you, bro. Leon is a very sexy guy, bro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Taki. Here we go, bro. It was your feet. I have my socks on, bro. Oh shit. Entei. $2. $2 V. That's a nice V though. Entei's dope. Come on, bro. Did you see what you got, bro? Oh shit. I'll show you what you got. Cryogonal. Advent stamp. I'll show you in a minute.
I sang for this and it's mine.
take it. Oh. Boom. Boom. It's a nice card, bro. It's a nice card, bro. There's no risks when you pull a slab. There's no risks when you pull a slab. Here we go. It's not over. Emma. Shinotic. There you go, bro. Ryoku V. All these beautiful cards. Garbage. There you go, bro. Congratulations, bro. Congratulations. Congratulations, Taki. 5813. There you go, bro. Congratulations, bro. I kind of want to go out, bro. I want to have some fun. Or we got to open up some packs. I don't know. One or the other, bro. I'm kind of hyped right now, bro. Let's go. 5813. Yo, Taki. Thank you for your order, bro. 35. Bro, let's drink some Pacifico. And I play pool. Bro. Always, brother. I got you, bro. Yo, congratulations again. Alright. We got Taki. I removed the queue. Alright, guys. We're all caught up in the order queue, guys. If anybody else wants to get in on anything, the order queue is opened up and it's ready to go. We got Ascending Heroes. We have Brilliant Stars. Silver Tempest. We have the UPVs. We have Destined Rivals. We have a shitload of... Yo, look at this. Let me show you guys. I shouldn't be showing this shit like that, but you know what? Look. Look at all this first partner shit. And then we got packs, Ascended Heroes. That's where all the Korean stuff is. Whiskey, why you so cute, bro? You play PlayStation? Hey, you playing PlayStation? I love you, bro. Hi, Whiskey. All right. Need one of them prismatic ETBs for my lady's B-Day coming up on the 25th. Let's see the crusty sock. I don't have any crusty socks, bro. $7,904 subscribers, guys. We're gonna have an 8K celebration soon, guys. 8K celebration soon. Anybody else gonna get into how long have we been streaming for? 3 hours and 30 minutes with no power interruptions, which is great, bro. Which is great. If anybody wants to get into the shop, exclamation point shop. Exclamation point shop. We have Storm Emeralda. Yeah. I'm gonna open up some Storm Emeralda for myself, bro. How about that? How about that? Since you guys are puss, I'm gonna open up my own. Where is the skew? Storm. One away from 20. What the hell? All this time we've been live, we only got 20 likes. Wow. There was like 30 people here. I don't give a shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Here we go. I'm gonna open these up for myself. Oh, I don't know, bro. I'm chilling. Doesn't matter. Jellicent. Sableye, where is it? Ooh, SR Trainer. We got the SR Trainer. I don't know where her name is. 29. Alright, 30 likes coming up. We'll do 2 packs for free. We already did 2, so I owe you guys 1. Larry, how you doing? You want to talk on VC later? What's up? Come on, I want to pull something. I want to pull something big. 30 likes. Why upscore him like that before you... What? We're gonna... Alright, we're gonna do a... Dot. Exclamation point, answer me. Answer me. Answer me. Adentro. The future is bright, Lori, she says. Let's go. I'm gonna hit you up. Afro-ish. What's up, bro? Ryuku. Magmar. All right, exclamation point, enter me. I'm going to give away here, this connector card right here, bro. Boom. It's a connector. Afroish 88 is my wife. Gold Ray incoming. Afroish, what's up? What's up? How's it going? Second place will get the same one. Second place will get the same one. Looks like my hemorrhoid. That's nasty. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Tiffany, Marquette, Taki, Genesis, Newbie, Daniel, Beasley, and Leon.
All of you.
All of you.
Start the battle.
We'll see. All right, Tiffany, Pikachu, Marquette, Joker, Taki, Min Min, Mr. Genesis, Ike, Pokey Newbie, Roy, Daniel, King Roll, Beasley, Snake, Leon, Ness, Bussy, Pokey Newbie, thank you. Beastly loves some good bussy. Roy is winning right now. Roy is up. Don't touch my Min Min, says Taki. Roy, Newbie, GG's, newbie. He congratulated himself. Everybody in the chat, say congratulations, newbie, bro. Congratulations, newbie. Congratulations. You are a wiener. Who's second place?
Arby!
Who's second place? Who was King Roll? King Roll was Daniel. So Daniel and newbie. Daniel and newbie. Here we go. Daniel and newbie. So Daniel and newbie. Daniel and newbie. Let's go. Thanks. Those legendary stadiums are beautiful. No problem, bro. I got you. We got Daniel and Pokey Newbie. Let me write your names down. Pokey Newbie. GA. Let's go, bro. All right. I heard another order come in. Let's see. Let's see what we got. What the hell? Order 5814. Reveal yourself in chat. 5814. If you want me to say your name, I will reveal your name. 10 packs of Storm Emeralda. Let me know. Let me know. J-Dub. Yo, what up, J-Dub? I know you, J-Dub. I want to fucking stroke your shit. J-Dub. Some fucking guy, bro. Some guy that we used to know. It's a ghost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Your daddy chill.
Arby!
Daddy, chill.
Arby!
Daddy, chill.
Arby!
Daddy, chill.
No, he has little hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, it's 10, right? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. I thought you were about to say the order was for a 10 pack to Chad. No. It's just somebody I haven't seen in a minute. I haven't seen in a minute, bro. I missed this dude. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm not that nice, Daniel. Yo, I haven't seen my mans in a minute, bro. What's up, bro? How you doing, man? Is that your? Did you finally get your girl? You took her out on a bunch of dates. You took her out on a bunch of dates. How did you do, bro? Are you good? Just chilling, brother. All right, let's go. Nah, that was a while ago. Oh shit. All right, come on. I saw you on the news. That thing that they showed you on the news, bro. Cactus. J-Dub, JK. Moved on to another one. That didn't work out. What the hell, bro? What is wrong with you? Do you have like... I don't know, bro. I know that was crazy. Stadium. Come on. Booty. Not yet. Come on, J-Dub. Let's go, bro. Sandshrew. Come. Altaria. And Amorous. That was crazy, bro. I miss you, my dude. No cap. I miss you, dude. Let's go, bro. We got the legendary right here. Come on. Well, let's go. Sandshrew. Giratina on crack. Giratina on crack. Come on, let's get it. I want to see something. Spidops. Heracross. Double trainer. Double the stuff, double the fun. We still haven't hit the SR or the SAR out of this box. Let's see. Let's see. Steel. Come on. Salby. Trainer. It's alright, J-Dub. It's alright, bro. Don't worry about it. We got plenty of life to live unless you get hit by a bus or some shit. That's crazy. Come on. I want to see some fire. I want to pull. I want to pull. He said LOL, what the hell? I don't know, I mean, it's just like real shit. Magmar, Kecleon. Come on. Lantern. Lanternize me. Ah! Oh. Kilowattrel. Last pack magic. Fisted is the shit right there. Holy shit. Holy shiitake. You want all the cards? Let me know. You should have went in on the UPVs. The UPVs are lit right now. Look at all the slabs. Let me know if you want all this stuff. I got you if you do. I'll take them. I want to squirt on them. I want to come on them. Thank you guys for being here tonight. It is 12:47. It is getting close to 1 a.m. Eastern time. Eastern time. Poke Newbie. Do you remember that dude we used to know on the channel? He used to have this dope channel. He used to draw a bunch of weird shit on a piece of like tablet type thing. And then on all his streams he had like a wheel that used to spin on a tablet. Yeah, that dude. You don't remember that dude? Goon Hours. That's some dude that I remember. I remember that dude. That guy was cool. I can't remember his name. J-Dub. That was a cool dude. You heard about him, right? He used to have all these fun games and all these waifus. Yeah, bro. I used to remember that. Alright, guys. The order queue, I believe it is caught up, guys. We have no more orders in the queue for the evening. We've been streaming for 3 hours and 49 minutes. It is 12:48 a.m. Eastern time. If anybody wants to get into some activities of Degens, let me know. We will open up some craziness. We will do something crazy. We'll do something fun. We got the Ultimate Poke V 48s. We have Lance's Charizard. We have Charizard VMAX. We have a Skarmory. And then we have a Meowscarada. Inside the box, along with a whole bunch of other beautiful things in there. Yeah. Let me know, guys. I just broke the door, he said. We have 33 likes. We did do 3 giveaways already. If you want to do some more, let's hit 40 likes. It says it right on the top. Free pack or whatever. Every 10 likes. Prove it, Taki. Bust it down. Daniel says bust it down. All right, we got an order in the queue, guys. The order is going to Poppy's hurting for some squirting. What? He said Poppy hurting for squirting. Bro, I want to fucking hurt for a squirt, bro. Order for old time's sakes. We got J-Dub. Oh, shit. I did not expect that. J-Dub, that entry grants you into a wheel for $150 in store credit. For $150 in store credit. Whenever the bundles are done, we will run that. That guarantees you one spot into $150 in store credit. Nikke, SBO1. Four. And 4. LOL newbie, what the heck? Why'd his sister do that? That's kind of weird, bro. 1, 2, 3, 4. Brown dust. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stellar Blade. 1, 2, 3, 4. SBO1. Here we go. Mr. J-Dub. I hope you get something, bro. Here we go. Excuse me. Feet. Thanks. Look at this. Oh, double rare. You got double rare action right there. Double rare action. He's looking for a signature. Let's see if my man can continue the signature streak. He was once crowned the signature king. The signature king, bro. But Bearded Trainer took over. Come on. Take a shower with me. Oh. Mr. Bearded Trainer came in with the crown. Golly. Golly. Golly is right. Golly is right. Open arms. Come. Angel. Take it off. Take it off. Gyat. Gyat. Taki said gyat. Cheeks. Jellyfish. Take me to that beach so I can lay right next to you and pour you wine all day. champagne. Trade Ryuku for waifu? What? Are you serious? What you want, bro? I got you. Stellar crown. I mean, stellar. Look at that booty, bro. Oh. Hi. What's up? How are you? I want a card. This from the new set. I got you. It's coming. The new set is coming this week. I promise you. Milk. I'm on a goon now. He said I'm on a goon now. Come on. He said crevice. Cervix. Crevice. Sheesh. The picture looks succulent. Come on. I've been googling this. Yo, he's been googling the whole life, bro. That's crazy. That's a lot of edging, bro. Oh shit, bro. I'm fucking tripping, bro. What the fuck is that? Game respects game. I need a penis drawn on that guy's face. Shit. I got you, bro. I got you. Where do you go? Excuse me. Where the hell is he? Excuse me. Sit on that guy's face. Where the hell is he? Oh, right here. Blizzy. Alright, here we go. There you go, bro. Siggies. On Siggies. Now we're going to finish opening up. We're not done yet, bro. Ooh. She's about to serve you a nice little drink. Elge. Beautiful Elge. One more. Come on, last pack magic. Here we go, bro. Oh, I thought you were gonna get a signature. We got Dorothy. Beautiful Dorothy. Let's go. Mr. J-Dub got some beautiful hitties with the Siggy. That Siggy right there. Is this from an anime? This is from a video game. This is Nikke. You can get it on the Play Store and on the App Store. Nikke. There's Brown Dust as well. They're all video game. Gracias, Chupapi Muñeño. My wheel is bigger than your house. What the hell, bro? What are you talking about, Chris? It's all hoochies. We're done with the hoochies, guys. If anybody wants to get in on the UPVs, nobody's pulled a crazy slab yet. I mean, they pulled a, what was it? Ryoku V. We still got the ones right in front of me. J-Dub. If not, we've been streaming 4 hours. I think we'll call it a night. If not, we will stream. Alright, how about we do this? Last call for the shop, guys. Last call for the shop. It is 1 in the morning. We've been streaming for 4 hours. There you go. That's the way you're supposed to do it. Last call for the shop, guys. If anybody wants to get in on anything, your time is now. If only I was a version where they were closed so I'm allowed to play. Am I allowed to ask what state? I am from Florida, bro. I live in Fort Myers. Alright. If anybody else wants to get it in on the order queue, your time is now. Marquette, you want to pull? I got you. I see you. Let me take it up. Marquette is going in with a pull from the UPVs. We have 89 cards left in the UPVs, guys. 89 cards left in the UPVs. Marquette, here we go. Do you keep a little dirt under your pillow? What do you mean by that? I don't know. Marquette. Tyrant. Tyrant, Marquette, you want to risk or you want to keep? Let me know. Risk. All right, here we go. How many shuffles? How many shuffles? One, two, three. Boom. Let's go, bro. Good luck, bro. Let's see what you could get. All right, you're gonna win a card, baby. Let's go. I'm gonna give you. Hold on. No, hold on. Hold on a second. Why is the wheel still up? I removed it. Hold on 1 second. He did prime the box. Jeez. Holy crap. Hold on, Market. I gotta give you a card. I just can't give you such a high card. It's crazy. Here you go, bro. Hop Swooloo. And you get to keep your card, bro. My bad. I need to go through my cards. Marquette, thank you, bro. You said give me a Piplup. All right, Marquette. Marquette. All right, guys. We are caught up with the order queue. We've been streaming for 4 hours and 7 minutes. If anybody else wants to get in on there, or if not, we will call it a night and we will come back tomorrow. And we will come back tomorrow like we always do for Saturday. Marquette, congratulations. Everybody tonight, congratulations on your pulls. Know what? Buy something, bro. Get in there. Did you pay your invoice? Did you pay your invoice, bro? Let me see. This guy said no. Nah, you didn't, bro. You want to get fired? If anybody else wants to get in, Tuesday. I'm not tired. I'm not hired. Tuesday is my next shipping day. Tuesday. I ship every Tuesday. Every Tuesday is my shipping day. So whenever you pay on Tuesday, or if you pay anytime between that, it will let you keep buying until the next Tuesday, because I ship every Tuesdays. Unless it's a sealed order. Sealed orders are different. But rip and ship is every Tuesday. All right, guys. We got an order in the queue. Let's see who it is. Ding dong. Mr. Genesis. What's this? Mr. Genesis got 2 pulls from the UPVs. All right, Mr. Genesis, here we go. One, 2. Here we go, bro. Mr. Genesis. Good luck. Ooh, nice hit. Dark Machamp. Team Rocket. Why isn't I getting it? That's a good hit, bro. I don't know. It's like $10. Next one. Paris. Nice. Both are nice hits, Mr. Genesis. Both are nice hits. Would you like to risk or keep? Let's go, bro. No, there's no modern sets with yellow borders. It's only the older ones. Scarlet Violet. Sword and Shield. What is this? Mr. Genesis. $5816. All right, guys. We still got these slabs left in the UPVs. The order queue is caught up. We have no more orders in the shop. If anybody else wants to get in on the order queue, your time is now. If not, I think we're going to call it. There are quite a few, Taki. I'm curious what everyone's chase card is. We will call it until tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow at 8:30, 9 p.m. around there. I'll try to shoot for 8:30 tomorrow. Taki, all you guys, everybody that went in on tonight, I really appreciate you guys. Tomorrow I'm going to try to have a buyer's giveaway. Yeah, guys. I appreciate all you guys for coming in tonight. I missed out on all the good stuff, says Deli. Appreciate you. Never a dull night. Taki, I appreciate all you guys. Thank you guys for coming in tonight and having fun with me. You guys are awesome. You guys are the best. I'm mastering prismatic, Taki. You guys are awesome. You guys are the best. I will catch you guys tomorrow on the next stream. Saturday night. Get more litty with you guys. Birdie Trainer, no you. Love you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace. Wait, where's my shit? Right here. Boom.